panel of experts, yourselves in departments, those who are at universities, and those who are internal to NSG. So this framework that I'm presenting will apply to all these categories. The scope of the application, this slide merely repeats what I've just said. You see all the categories there. The public servants across government who will be released on an 8-day release arrangement, instructors from HEIs, independent ETD, those are the ISCs, and the employees who train on behalf of the NSG. The framework then will apply to all. Then we move to what is our curriculum philosophy. Remember, you can't divorce materials which are the product of the curriculating from the tool of trade, the facilitation itself. We believe in an approach that says know, be, do, apply. Knowledge must be married with the heart. Ultimately, the hands, ultimately, the ability to apply what you learn. Be present. You know, colleagues who've gone through the art of facilitation think this effect. The know, be, do, and apply. Then there are shifts in facilitation as well. Beyond, it's not just information giving, we want to bring the lively experience in the classroom because we're bringing in the knowledge, the total being, in other ways. It's not just cold giving information. New management theory, social justice, and change is a shift in that direction. The shift from content to the process, the how. We're talking now issues of participatory ways of engaging, avoiding death by slides, using indigenous methods. What are the indigenous methods? How did we learn stories at home, for example, from our parents? Issue of storytelling around the fire, consultative processes. Those of us who grew up in rural areas, for example, you would have the elders, and what are the sitting arrangements there, for example? How do they sit? Men, women. Second, classroom, cinema, second. That in itself is rich in image because it says something. We are equal. We're sharing. The preacher scenario, like this one, unfortunately because of COVID. The preacher scenario, I know I'm imparting knowledge, kind of conception. So we were moving in ways that begins to say we value what people know and therefore we must draw from them. We draw, even if you are reluctant, we make you. You must be beginning to see why I did what I did, for example. Because I knew you know the framework, what must go in, what must not go in, and so on and so on. But that's what facilitators need to be doing, and that's we want to call it. Indigenous ways of decolonizing the curriculum and facilitating change. See, don't be scared by these big words. What we're saying here, we are both in practice as facilitators, and also both in practice as curriculum developers, we are beginning to say we value all knowledge. African systems, knowledge systems, Western knowledge systems, and we bring this all through even the immersion. The books you and I read at school, primary school, the pictures, the images that were there, did not do much to bring in the you as an African person. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're beginning to say, let's bring in the images, the metaphors, the proverbs, the case studies. Here, you've just had a presentation, for example, on a case study from NSG. In other words, about us. Let Europe also run with their own case studies, and China and everybody else. We also have valuable knowledge to share. Am I making sense here, colleagues? We're beginning to do that as we create curriculum, as we create the materials. We are informed by a view that says we also value what we have as the African continent. Our pictures, our proverbs, our sayings from old people are equally valuable. All knowledge is valuable. Even the pictures that we show. It ain't gonna help much if the textbook, you can't, for example, have children who will say, when you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then the person says, I want to be a white person. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? What does that tell you? That tells you, because the pictures that they see, whenever the African is presented, he's either stabbing somebody or running away from a lion. You understand? Pictures are very important. And you present a white person, they are getting into a Mercedes Benz, and you know, they are sitting around a place like this, sipping cocktails, you know. Then you present a Modak, right? It's only natural. What do you want to be when you grow up? We may joke about these things, but that is, so we want to decolonize the curriculum and facilitate change. And it begins with the materials we present. It also begins with how we present ourselves, how we facilitate. If we present in ways that reinforces that we know everything. In big English, they say, then you have epistemological hegemony. No, it's not there. Then you, no, it's not in the slide. Then you begin to talk about epistemological hegemony. I give this also say but in simple terms, they mean that you are imposing a particular knowledge system as though it's better. You understand? Now, this slide is about that. We need to be doing that. So our curriculum philosophy, therefore, proceeds from that end, that we want to ensure that we value what's ours. We could have presented to you a case study in Europe, how they navigated COVID. But it's in Europe. Let's hear, how did we here navigate? Because we also have experiences to tell. In other words, it's self-affirmation. You understand what I'm saying? Self-affirmation is very important. We can't grow up. Look at that picture, for example. Very beautiful. That one. You see? It's like, it evokes participation, equality, unity, and so on and so on. So our materials, therefore, are littered with images like those. Back to strengths of facilitation, you must be authentic. And again, facilitation is different from presenting, from preaching, isn't it? Preachers don't stop to ask you again, how do you feel about this? In fact, remember, but if they were to ask you that there is a risk, you might respond and say, Chief. Remember, there's a risk. So they would tell you. Imagine if that situation were to occur. Then you might even ask uncomfortable questions. But no, we hear you. Can you answer this? You see? But preaching, presenting, telling, facilitation is about the involvement, the participation of learners, ways and methods of making sure that you draw. They draw from you, you draw from them as well. But more importantly, listening with respect. I won't go much into this slide. It's self-explanatory when you get it. There are different roles. There's a teacher, there's a lecturer, there are motivational speakers as well. And then facilitation is not about that. You see, motivational speakers can make you do this. They can make you go to a lion. No, nothing is impossible. When you said, hey, the lion will eat you, man. Motivational speakers, nothing is impossible. That's why some people would say, hey, I need money. Don't tell me about the light at the end of the tunnel. My problems right now need money. The light at the end of the tunnel, when it is about to get light, it gets. Right now I need money. My problem need money. But motivational speakers, obviously, they approach these things. They will work at you. Before you know it, you are touching the lion. Because nothing is impossible. So preachers, obviously, we said that. And read through this when you get the slides, but that is what we are proposing. Advanced facilitation skills. What features of more often here than not, and the key that we need to take, listening with respect. You see, listening is very important. Too often arguments, even in our personal lives, occur because we're not listening to understand, we're listening to defend. Even before the person finishes, you are ready. You've not heard what they're saying. And it's very important in a classroom environment that you listen with respect. We had teachers, for example, some were horrible. There are teachers who would go into class, they would ask you a question, and if you don't know the answer, say, but what did I expect? It's important to give you feedback as well, how you get feedback, and the creative way of doing it. Even when you see that the answer is way off, you can't say, Chief, Where do they? You have got to find a way of saying, yes, we can build on that. Of course, we're lying. There's nothing to build on. But remember, what's important is that you want to keep the land interested, to protect their dignity. Sorry. Good facilitators are able to engage so that everybody, and also to respect the dignity of what truth be told, people come into the learning experience with particular levels, but you've got to draw in and out of that, get people to learn. I've said a mouthful about the African context, how we want to then assist you, have a bag of tricks in your bag, and you go with the flow as you give feedback. You learn these skills as well. This is also more on issues of how the group, how you get people to be involved and participate in the learning experience as they get involved, using this variety of methods to study. Now, because we're in COVID times, we are digitizing our materials, and we are encouraging people to also be comfortable facilitating virtually. There was a piece that was going around, doing around WhatsApp. It's a person there in front of the computer. Say, hey, you know those mannequins that you get in the shops? They've put in a wig and it's right in front of the computer. And then the person is asleep there. So you've got to be able to draw in. Those are some of the dynamics of this Zoom, Zooming era we're in. So we're digitizing our materials as well at the NSG to ensure, and also we want to capacitate you to be able to draw in and also be competent to facilitate virtually, because it's a skill that you need to learn beyond the face-to-face. The road ahead, you are the 8th province we are consulting on this framework. You've given us a mouthful. We developed this framework, finalize it, and ensure that it then gets applied as we were called. So I thank you.
Right, let's give Dr. Shezi another round of applause. Are there perhaps any questions you want to ask? Are you going to deal with those questions? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khaile. I just want to add that the presentation that I did, the case study is available on the internet. So it's the impact of COVID-19 on the public sector, a case of the National School of Government. It's not a big case study, it's about 25 pages. So it breaks down what we did, because the presentation does not do justice, but there is a lot that you can learn out of it in terms of innovation, in terms of leadership, in times of crisis as well. So I would suggest that the managers that are in the house, if you can just download and just read through the case study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Easy. Any other input or question? Oh, you want to ask a question, Rachel? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. And thank you, Dr. Shezi, for the presentation. Now at least we know where we get into in terms of professionalism and you know, putting the trainers in a way that is going to be professional. The time right now is 11:45. We were supposed to go to lunch for tea at 12:30. So I'm going to ask that we come back at 15:15. And then when we come back, we will then get a way forward from Dr. Izzy as well as Rachel. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea. Let us be on time as we come back from tea. 15:15 we will start.
No, I'm thinking we were supposed to use this one piece of yeah.
Everything you see the things.
But now my problem is
Yeah, I think from there. Yeah, fidgeting it out. You don't have to. Change it around. Move the camera to where? Give the camera, yeah. It should be easy there.
no.
But then they're going to have to scroll between the two.
What I'm thinking.
All I can do is I can do this. Where's that screen? White.
Sometimes it's good. When I hit the wall, I just want to This is what I like.
Put the video on it.
Go.
So I can do presentations on that one.
You're going to incorporate the business on the right.
It's just today we don't have anyone presenting. So
Props. Don't it too.
but now how do we get for students to log on? And when she logs on, I don't become corporate. If she's logged off, then she needs to log on from a different account. She needs to log on Zoom on a different account so that the feed shows there.
This feed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She needs to log on from a different account.
this feed is show there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feed show there already.
No, now it doesn't. Tashes was just doing the presentations.
What is more presentations?
There will be presentations, but now we need the feed then.
Zoom feed. One presentation feed there also. you have the presentation and the feed together on the screen?
No,
Oh,
it's possible if they don't on Zoom,
Yeah.
share the screen.
yes,
That's
yes.
yeah. So they
Separate account.
she puts the presentation on Zoom, shares the screen.
Yes,
That's possible.
yes. Can do it like that. That's possible. You can look at the calculator. Dus je kan download van mezelf direct vandaag. Download je gewoon direct vandaag. Ja. Pause YouTube. Oh, it's still live on YouTube. Yeah, the whole conversation. Just press mute there on your mic. Never. You have to put another speaker in that corner there, or in that corner there.
You want another?
You had to.
Oh, I had.
Yeah, to the speaker out and to the there so that the speaker doesn't carry everything the whole time. I'm tired today, bro. Yo, I only came from meeting 12 o'clock last night.
Midnight.
Yo, bro, I'm still fucking tired. And I overslept last night. Presentation.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We have a program of unemployment and particularly the unemployment of our people. And this school we are hoping can assist us with having information on how to assist government to move their
National School of Government provides public sector where power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
Yes, supply of sweets, bruh. Best bed ever. Best bed ever. I get home. Baby, you're the best ever.
Want the super seed?
With like,
Sure. I don't think there's no proper super seed. What is? Yeah. Check.
yeah, it is.
You don't sell it in the package anymore, eh?
I don't know.
Oh, social. I like to college. Money outside the football room.
Come on.
To instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
National Development Plan remains our vision towards 2030 in exploration of South African structural challenges of poverty and inequality. We need to hold a capable developmental state which, together with active citizenry, aims to charge against these structural challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we will be restrict the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote their institute in National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we use our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, this working relationship with others and nutrition.
A training calendar was developed to assist the departments that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year. On the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training session that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people at the department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all participants and the using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. More departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, etc. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a place that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. The departments must create an enabling and support. And these departments have to write an internet. This could be a computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on a cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together and we come up with a tariff. From there, we'll take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury administration gives us about 30% of the total if you include the board and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization is with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with the capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called The National School Staff is the secretariat for AMBI. And through AMBI, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMBI, we are uniting the academic development principles under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding, a common approach to development and capacity building within the country. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Government, where the MOU, which we have facilitated for the NSG, to start by the MOU between the NSG and the special projects, the participation of the National School Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several the public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and do the whole of South Africa better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the matriculated principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector, we belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we actually care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to the servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school we belong.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people. This school we are hoping can assist us with properly researched information on how the SS government can meet their legal issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is affiliated to train public servants through the entire public service, which includes policies and additional requirements, but we are also related to extending to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening with government. Both those that are coming for the first time and before at the entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the PLE principles to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
National Development Plan remains vital vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the trouble challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to have a faithful developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these trouble challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep a minimum of stock material difference in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in grade to accommodate learners who are usually prepared in order to promote diversity within the National School of Government training programs.
Origins of the design and development of the school curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have increased our ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also increase from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy implementation and they increase the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive. And so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, we our financial management and supply chain management programs in relationship with colleagues in national education.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year. On the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people in the department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workshops at much lower costs. Departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, country, etc. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time and they can learn at a place that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of learning. Together, the departments must create and enable its environment. These departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and apps are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together and we come up with a tariff. From there, we'll take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the board and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization is with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the MSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with the capacity building public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMD. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMD. And through AMD, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMD, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the MSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we are facilitated for the MSG to sign. That MOU is between the MSG and coordinated as international relations and special projects, the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the MSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the MSG and the other government departments.
MSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public service so that they could go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service and better quality of service so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize, practically critical principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector, we belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we actually say we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our partners, and our people. And when we say, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school. We belong, we care,
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a program of unemployment in South Africa of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people. And this school we are hoping can assist us with properly researched information on how best this government can meet their women's issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is dedicated to train public servants throughout the entire public service function. includes policies and additional requirements, but we are also need to many extended
The school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government. Both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the business management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual will only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the budget PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
National Development Plan remains guiding vision for strengthening emancipation of South Africans from the troubled challenges of poverty and employment inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with active citizenry, needs to drive against these troubled challenges. We also need to empower working in ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum price of material varies in terms of number of 200 to 1,000. We keep 2% of material printed in braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity in National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. They, for example, you could have requests from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, we design our financial management and supply chain management programs in relationship with colleagues in national education.
The training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year. On the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver in the workplace at much lower costs. Departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, etc. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants involved in e-learning courses, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn in a place that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To be the departments is creating an able supportive environment. At the very least, the departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering the program. Then we add that all together and we come up with the tariffs. From there, we take it to the national treasury to see the review of those tariffs. National treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the gold and the trading account together. So the exercise of the organization is to get the trading account. So we have to work hard to ensure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of these forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with the capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDI. National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDI. And through AMDI, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDI, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the country. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governments. We have an MOU which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. But the MOU is between the NSG and the MK. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We've sent since 2009 several the public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the matriculated principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector, we belong to the government executives. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school. We belong, we care,
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people. And this school, we are hoping can assist us with properly researched information on how to assist government to meet their various issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service and respond effectively to these challenges.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that's happening in government. Those that are coming for the first time in the financial sector, but those that are in the management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the budget-friendly principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
We want to create a development state which together consistently leads to the child and each child. We also need to be part of building professional public service. Through sweeping programs, the school trends mixes of practical public service.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public.
Good afternoon, or still good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There was a miscommunication between ourselves and the hotel with regard to the time that we should go for tea. And now they have prepared the snacks for us with the tea. And if we don't take them, you know, we're looking at wasteful expenditure. So we're going to request that you go and grab them and come back. You know, those who are not able to please go back and grab it so that we can continue with working while you are having the tea. And then we will tell you what happens next. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate that you were able to grab your tea and the snacks. We apologize once more for the miscommunication. We're now in the session that comes just after tea. And very, very important session because it is designed so that we can have real peer learning issues and discuss what happened and how we understood the presentations that passed. So I'm going to hand over now to Rebecca Dube, and she's going to be working together with Dr. Izzy on this section on reflections. Let's give also Rebecca a big round of applause as she comes.
Colleagues, we're about to have some fun. Yes, some fun. It's time now for engagement. It's time for the main purpose of this session. It's time to share some of our experiences, practices, and knowledge, taking in or reflecting on some of the presentations that we've had yesterday. What we're going to do is we're going to break into 3 groups. There are 3 topics that we're going to discuss, which were presented yesterday. But what we are trying to achieve with this session, because it is a peer learning exchange seminar, if we go out without having any discussions, then we will not have fulfilled the purpose of this session. We just want to engage each one of you. We are coming from various departments within Northern Cape. We want to understand how have you navigated some of these some of these territories. So I'm gonna break you into 3 groups. Let me introduce this one. The topic that we are going to discuss, if you remember yesterday, we had a presentation on instilling ethical culture. We had organizational resilience. We also had working from home. So those are the 3 topics that we are going to discuss. The first group will be doing the instilling ethical culture. Group 1 is going to be this row together with this row. So from here to here falls group 1. You are going to be doing ethics. I'm going to share on the screen some of the guidelines. You don't have to stick to it, but in terms of what exactly are we looking for. But basically, we're trying to understand in your organization, what is currently happening in terms of ethics? What are you recommending? What are the challenges? But I will put it up here. What I'm requesting that you do is, whilst observing the COVID-19 protocols, you gather around and then choose one person who's going to present on the topic, whatever you've discussed. Also choose someone maybe who would also write down your points of discussion. So I will put it out there. Maybe someone can take a picture of what needs to be discussed. And then for group 2, I'm just trying to allocate you. Group 2 is going to be discussing working from home due to COVID-19. It's a topic that everyone should understand by now, but as we've been saying, even Dr. Izzy was giving you the case study, how NSG has navigated those difficult territories. How have you been doing it? How have you managed it? So group 2 is going to be this row together with the first chairs up to the end. So from the back, this side, to both this side, it's group 2. You are doing working from home, that case study. And then group 3, it's going to be doing organizational resilience from the side, all this, the eye here, as well as here. You are doing organizational resilience. Let me show you just a guideline on what you can discuss. So group 1, what's the current state in your organization? How well are ethics put into practice in the organization of everyday's operations? How well each individual adheres to ethical behavior? What initiative would your department or province implement to promote visible ethical culture in the immediate, short, and medium term? How will these be coordinated, monitored, and evaluated and sustained? So these are the guidelines. Maybe one of you can take a picture so that you can have a discussion on that. So that's group 1. Group 2. Ah, are we still taking the picture? Group 2, never mind that it says group 3 there. We said it's working from home. Ms. Cohen gave a presentation yesterday. Maybe you can just touch on the aspects that you mentioned, but are we geared for this change? Do we have the resources? Do we have the working space, the technology, and even the mindset to be able to perform whilst working at home? Those are the things we can touch on. What structural adjustment will be required after COVID-19? Are we staying permanently from working from home, or are we going back to the office? Are we doing both? Is it going to be a blended approach? What's currently happening in your department right now, and how have you managed this? What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? How are you monitoring performances? For instance, if someone is working from home and they do not even have a laptop, How are you managing that person? What exactly are they doing whilst they're at home? What are the policies that you put in place now? And then how will we monitor implementation and evaluate results? Obviously, there's performance assessment. How are we doing those now under COVID-19? And then group 3, can I move to group 3? Have you taken a peek? Group 2? Someone, anybody? And in organizational resilience, what is to be done differently moving forward? What are the labor relations as well as implications, policy changes, and what is the HR role in redefining how and where work gets done, how to retain skilled personnel in departments? How are you guys also navigating these in terms of your organization being resilient to this change? So also you can take a peek. Apologies, I couldn't do a slideshow. The system was freezing when I'm doing the slideshow. What's going to happen then? So one group or 2 can remain here, and then one can just go outside just so that we space ourselves. And then so that whilst we are discussing, our voices don't, since we've been doing this for a while, it does get very interesting. So whilst we are discussing, one group can choose to go outside. Myself and Dr. Izzy are going to come around. We will provide clarity and direction. If you have any questions, please feel free to engage us. I'm giving all of us 30 minutes as the discussions, and then we are going to come back. Whoever you've nominated will come and then give us feedback. If you want to type your feedback, feel free. We are moving with the times, technology advancement. If you want to present it by a slide, feel free to do so. If you just want to write it down, if you want to use a flip chart, I believe they're still available. It's up to you how you want to present. So may I ask that then we start? Time is 11:43, which means by 12:15, can we be back and then start presenting? This means you can start moving. Please trust me, time moves very fast in this session. And when I come around, we'll be saying, can we have 5 more minutes, Rebecca? Can we have 5 more minutes? And I don't want to be the bad person and say, no, time is up. And I also don't want to stand between yourselves and lunch.
It's too short.
You need to try another. If you tried this, it doesn't go. This is the one that we wanted. Yes. So it doesn't give any message. But I wanted to check whether if you use this one. Okay. But I'm not saying, I'm just checking whether the problem is this or this or my. You need to check.
You want the wide view of the overall?
Can it show the photo? Because we just have someone that just came in now, so I'm sure they are wondering what's happening.
Just watch us there in the bit.
Yeah.
The whole.
When we look at items like vacancy rate, now a vacancy rate will tell you that you go much and you kind of like look into the categories of the professions that we need into that department. You get worried. I can give just an example that you go into Department of Police, for instance, it will tell you, no, we're sitting at 9% vacancy rate, but when you dial much deeper, you find that actually the vacancy rate is on those detective services which are core to the function of the department. So the 8% is not something to be celebrated. It's where are the vacancy rate and who are the core people in the department. So again, those are kind of things that when we the third one for me, I think, as we do this kind of work, I would like us, in particular the DPSA, perhaps with the Public Service Commission and for
Oh, you said constitution. Yes. That's what I thought. Who said the unit? Unit was 2 years down. And legislation. That's good. And that's for question one, for number one. And how about also, because the whole now, which yes, rated, which once this rules are established, annually, will then consult and come up with meaning culture. Okay, let me tell you what I saw personally. Some of the gated yes. And then that's 20. And that's 18, 19. And then 19, 25%. And what is the meaning of that? Means regulations are not followed. Rules, legislation, non-compliance, What about municipalities? So remember, we need internal control. Now, we internal control out of process. When we have an environment with control, we are not controlled at point. So what it does is that it creates space for activity of company. But we don't have control. That's the one. What we want to find out what is the cause. Yes. This one saying and go down and up. And how can we done? This is what.
Monitor and enforce. What else?
One thing, the city department is supposed to have a vision and the patch, right? I think that should be elevated, that we keep on was ethics fine expression from what the of the organization. And they feel you know, like in the past, everybody used to know what the man is going to then let's take the
within that,
to understand the job, the process,
Let's move
What,
on.
what role is labor?
Labor relations. And, see if we wish to establish a system.
They're not the people, not the
Establish a system, maintain and establish it.
and also then just from other.
You want the next question? Yeah, that is- Number three. It shall be with. Why can I leave it to when you're forgetting about the systems? What about? You by example. All of us, if you are in management, you must know that issues of it can be start with us. Lock of egg, you get lock of egg, go. When no time for that. And number three. What the question for number three? Individuals. How well to be?
So it's not.
It's not a perfect.
It's prevention. It's like something.
Another style of punishment. It works individual.
If I could just give there's a season between the 1, 2, 3, 4. We are not going to give the same grade. What is take from there. So it is dependent again on the type of leadership that you want to serve in your people. So if you because 90% of the time, if these areas, our unit, we will stay until the heat arrives. But sometimes we have to send people exactly. And if I am concerned, I can just ask me. Retired and emergency. Your manager is evil, is not nice, everything is wrong. When you have problems, you can talk to them. I can come to my police officer and say, these are my problems. And then you will type, you will rearrange to look at based on it's just there are leadership management style changes everywhere in a organization. If the managers are not working on their own.
So it goes to go for the half of the manager and the management.
In our own organization.
Okay.
That is the root that you must follow.
I've noted only 3, but you can still, but I'm sure your platform gets something. The culture is like this, you find that the environment, culture is also you end up going the culture. The management style also has a different university. If your manager is a person always do this, don't care how many and the type of a leader also. If you're the manager that is compassionate and try to find solutions. Problem, no solution. So those are the things they had an impact to end up not going or working environment. You have sick leave and necessary. Find a chance to stay home. What is the children and whole life? And let's move to the next one. How we will. No. So, what we say,
Colleagues, 5 more minutes, then we start, please.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
Oh,
It's
nice.
sorted.
Oh,
Before I
nice.
ever smoke.
Nice, nice.
Before I ever smoke.
Thank you, colleagues. Can we please come back to our seats so that we can resume? The group that's working from home outside, please come back to the office.
Come back to the office.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's settle down so that we can proceed. Thank you. It's been great seeing everyone participating enthusiastically. So we're going to start. Can we start with group one? Is group one ready? Can I get an information? Okay, group one is going to be presenting on instilling a culture of ethical behavior. If you can please welcome their presenter with a warm round of applause. I don't have a drum roll one. We are ready for you. Just a few seconds while we get their presentation up.
No,
But I mean, for the, I'm just gonna copy all of it. Was she came with a laptop?
oh, no, that's not.
The issue.
It's not a user problem, I promise. Laptop is not cooperating. Mine or yours? Colleagues, whilst we're waiting for that, I think you will all agree that these engagements were fruitful. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Did we indeed learn from each other, from our various departments? Not? Yes?
Exactly.
Definitely. Are you guys that hungry? I know it's before lunch. What I saw on the group discussions and the feedback that I'm getting now, it's not the same. Or you are eager to present. Here we go. So another round of applause for group one.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Faith Chabalala, and I will be doing the presentation for group one. And our topic has to do with culture, the culture of ethical behavior in our organizations. Slide one. Okay. Just to give a little bit of background on ethics in our society. We all know that our supreme law in the country is the Constitution, which is the one that is enshrined in the Constitution of South Africa. And if we check the section 195, it provides for all the principles and values of ethical behavior in our society. So the Constitution is actually the basis of all the law in our country. So whatever policy or legislation is formed, we have to refer to our Constitution. So we know that there are other pertinent legislative frameworks and acts which also come from the Constitution. So what is the current state of all our organizations in terms of ethical behavior? We know that in our units, ethical behavior is a bit of a up and down thing in our organizations. So in our organizations, we need to improve ethical behavior. From our discussions in our group, we have established that here in the Northern Cape, about 82% of our provincial departments, they had material findings of 82%, right? Which means that that percentage is actually the people that are not adhering to ethical behavior. And we can agree that that is quite a big number. Although it declined in the year 2019 and 2020, it is still substantially high. So that gives an idea to say that ethical behavior is not where it should be in our departments. So why is that? It is because we have weak internal controls in our departments, in municipalities, in local governments, and in other areas, which results in abuse of public funds and corruption. The current state as well is time management is the challenge. As we discussed yesterday, like we started our program, so we know that if we don't manage time properly, we're going to end up managing other things not properly, like money and funds and administration department and PSTF and all of that. So unethical behavior also has a lot of implications. People also in organizations don't know how to manage their time in terms of leave management as well. We as individuals, we must use our leave. We must use how or abuse actually how we conduct ourselves in our offices, like leaving anytime that you want without reporting to our supervisors. We also have nepotism. That is one problem that our departments are struggling with. We don't comply to turnaround times in terms of submitting reports in time. We spoke about corruption, And there's also an issue of personal issues in the workplace, right? We spoke about subordinates having problems with their managers. We have managers who also have problems with each other, which causes conflict in the office. So ethical practice in our organizations. How well do we practice ethical behavior in our organizations, right? We know that some departments don't have establishment of ethical policies, procedures. Some departments don't even have a unit for ethics, right? So ethical behavior has not been monitored at all. There's also a lack of monitoring and enforcing of good ethical behavior. Our departments, they lack value systems. We do not establish what our vision is. We do not establish what our mission is. We don't establish what our objectives are. And even if we do have those documents, we don't adhere to them. In terms of HRD and training, there's a lack of training in that section. It's very rare that you find people are being trained in ethical behavior. Our managers also set an example for how we conduct ourselves in the department, because they are our leaders. They are the ones that should be showing us what to do and what is to be done. They are the ones that should be giving us information as to how we should supposed to conduct yourself, which goes back to training. So individually, how do people adhere to ethical behavior? We spoke about this yesterday. We spoke about the compliance with implementation of the different legislation, which is not currently taking place. We spoke about the culture of dog eat dog. If everybody's doing it, I'm going to do it. If I don't do it, I'm not going to survive. So therefore, let me also charge some money where I can sustain myself and my family at, well, expect. And then, which goes back to the culture of just joining whatever everybody feels to do, which is unethical. We spoke about management style, and we spoke about how they can influence what is happening in our departments and their management style. So that also forms the basis of unethical behavior in our departments. So what can we do to solve these problems that we have in our departments? First of all, what initiatives can we bring about to what is happening currently? First of all, we need to make everybody aware of what ethical behavior is and what is unethical. Sometimes you find that people do stuff, but it's because of a lack of information that they do the things that they are doing. So if we give sessions and we inform and train our employees as to how they're supposed to conduct themselves, then it could somehow remedy the situation. Goes back to training. It also goes back to whistleblowing, as Professor mentioned yesterday. Hopefully nobody will get shot. Yes. But whistleblowing, we're just speaking now in our to say it's something that is very scary, and you need courage to do something like that, because you could get into trouble, number one, like getting shot, but then also it also creates a bad environment for the whistleblower. So our departments need to find a way for people to whistleblow without being known, right? We also need to establish ethical units, as mentioned before. Most departments do not have such. So therefore, there is one function that is sort of at the lower level, and nobody thinks of doing something like that. We also mentioned that there's no consequences for the things that people do in our offices. Sometimes a manager will see that a person is doing 4 times, and because they're doing it or they're too afraid of the subordinate, nobody does anything. So there is lack of consequences. Corruption continues because nobody's being taken to jail. Nobody's doing anything about it. So yes, we need to instill a culture of having consequences for all the things that we do in our department unethically. So how will we monitor all these initiatives that we spoke about? Right, so we need to have a draft plan to ensure that all of this is implemented. Secondly, there needs to be an analysis on how the trainings were implemented, where we are right now and where we are going. We also need to continuously train, reskill, and upskill regularly so that ethical behavior continues in our departments. We also need to ensure that we collaborate with all other entities like your subs, like your public protector, your PSTF, all these monitoring boards that monitor ethical behavior and policy and legislation in our departments. So yes, that is our presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Group 1. They've set the bar very high.
Yes.
I heard them mentioning constitutions, quoting acts, and also giving us statistics. But I'm certain that Group 2 and Group 3 will give us even more. So thank you so much to Group 1. They've mentioned management of time, money, and resources. They've also touched on the lack of monitoring ethical behavior, the lack of consequences, the misuse or the abuse of leave, and they've also given us recommendations. So please, let's give them another round of applause. Welcome to come. Okay, can we now move on to Group 2? They're presenting on working from home. Is the presenter ready for Group 2? Let's welcome them, colleagues. We're working from home, so lack of resources and so on.
Thank you all. Indeed, we were working from home and we were challenged. And some of those challenges will be reflected in our response to what we were supposed to do here today. The group came together, and just by way of, I just also want to sound clever by giving statistics. There was a time, I think it was March on the 26th last year, where 100% of the public servants were working from home. That is a statistic. And we were in level 5. But working from home, we have highlighted the following as some of the key issues that we wanted to address. One was what is the current situation? We know we have moved through the levels, but currently we are at a level where we still have officials having to work from home. And we still have others who have to go to work. But generally, there's still a majority of the public servants who are working from home. And this has created a whole lot of other things. They work at home. Some do not have resources. Now, I'm talking particularly about officials at the sphere of government, normally at the provincial level, at where we were really interrogating. There's no resources. When we talk about resources, there's no laptops or movable equipment that can be used to be able to do their work from home. And we also picked up that departments did not really, they still do not have schedules or plan of action as to when you get home, what do you do and how do you do it. And that is still, a lot of people go and say we are working from home, but working from home is a day off for most of us. And that is the current situation right now. The challenges when you go back to the office, there will be a few challenges. which you have to address when you look at also the situation of working from home. Obviously, when officials go back to work, there will be a situation where they have to face of, we have to make some arrangements in terms of the workspace. We have to reduce the number of people working in that. And of course, there was also a challenge that was highlighted as one of those that is working for people working at home. When you work at home, nobody considers your space. Nobody asks whether your one room will be sufficient to be able to do the kind of work that you need. And in the departments, there was also a little bit lack of knowledge. Wouldn't have really to put it that to that extent, because we got a lot of information about COVID, but limited knowledge about COVID with regards to the protocols and all that. Whether we are able to follow those protocols at home was also another story. So working from home was also a challenge around the issue. Departments do not have policies of working from home. What do you do when you get home, as I indicated earlier, and the resources? Now, what do we recommend on that space? We recommend that at least that the departments must invest in movable equipment that will allow us to do our work at home. We're talking here laptops, we're talking about data, we're talking about a little bit of phones as well that will make us to be able to get in touch with the people we need to get in touch with. But also importantly, there's a need to also ensure that there's connectivity wherever we are. If you are in the Northern Cape, you know that there are other places in the province, especially if you're working from home, you might not be able to get connectivity. And some people take it for granted. There are places even here in Kimberley where you don't even get connectivity. So there's a need to also look at that. When you have technological challenges, when you're working from home, you are everything. You are IT guy, you are everything. So there's also some of those challenges, and there needs to be some kind of an investment in ensuring that colleagues who are working at home are also upskilled and given the necessary knowledge on how to deal with a little bit of problems around that. Because there was also an issue about Zoom and Teams. Colleagues were struggling how to do those things. So there's also a little bit of training that is needed to be done for us to be effective. Now, the structural arrangements that are needed, there we have identified that obviously there won't be much that a department will be able to do because they will be at your own home. But as soon as colleagues come back from working from home, then it becomes necessary that the space in which they are working in, especially if there's open plan arrangements, there has to be fewer people in that to facilitate social distancing and all that. But also to ensure that colleagues don't move around as much as they were in the past. And that also requires that there needs to be a program or a schedule of work that we need to do. But importantly, there needs to be able to adjust, to deal with the adjustments. We need to ensure that we have an M&E tool that does not only monitor people who are at work, but also people who are at home. So around that space, that is what we're thinking as a group. In terms of labor relations and implications and policy, as we know currently that there's no policy around working from home. All that we have as departments is protocols and standard proceeding of standard operating procedures. Yeah, I always just call them SOPs just to sound clever. And departments have those, but there's no policy. There needs to be a policy shift now. But we also understand that all of us are caught off guard with regard to COVID. So now there needs to be, an urgent attention to policy, to the development of policy that will deal with how we work, how we deal with working from home. Now, for as long as we do not have policies on working from home, we will have working from home as a holiday. People who do the schedules will also put themselves in a way that they come, after 2 days of a long weekend, and then we'll have, a long holiday in between. So it also creates challenges. It also creates a whole lot of other unfair conditions in the office. But as soon as we have dealt with the issue of policy, this will affect. We have also noted that this will also note the conditions of service for all of us. So that's why we also need to look at that as well, to see, when you are at home, you're actually at work. How do we monitor that process as well? Because when you go to your kitchen, nobody can tell you you cannot go to the kitchen now because you are on Zoom. You have to be there all the time. So it's really, really tricky. So we need to really invest in coming up with a proper policy for that. But we need to make suggestions for that policy, because we have seen how we have struggled, or how some of us have enjoyed working from home. So the team feels that we need to make some suggestions as to how that policy can work. Now, how do we monitor the working from home, and how do we monitor, the results of what a department would want to achieve? We indicated earlier on that we would like to have a monitoring tool, but added to this monitoring tool, to be able to ensure that we get to what we want to achieve, we need to ensure that it has clear targets, and it has time frames. Now, when it comes to issues of labor relations, we might have a challenge there, but as a department collectively and as a forum here, we need to agree that at least a little bit that we can do is to come up with an M&E tool with an implementation plan as well. So that is what the group 2 thought about working from home. In fact, it is a subject that everybody was interested in, and we felt that it is a subject that should have not been touched because we enjoy working from home. Thank you.
What group 2 has taught me is that you need to choose your presenter wisely. They need to be adaptable. They need to think on their feet. Starting with a statistic that I'm sure was not discussed in the group. Well done, group 2. So they touched on challenges, which one of them was working space considerations, which I guess all of us would agree on that. Limited knowledge of COVID protocols, no policies in place regarding how to work from home. And some of the recommendations were to invest in movable equipment. Not only equipment, also you could have a phone, but you have data. You could have data, but you have network. I mean, the whole country right now is struggling because of the power failures, the load shedding that we are experiencing. So how then do we continue performing our duties under those conditions? Technological challenges. I think when we were hit with COVID and we were working from home, having to understand platforms like Zooms and Teams, muting, unmuting, sharing your screen, and so on. But then that's when training comes into place. So those are the things that they've given us. And I guess the working from home is still going to be with us for a while. So we just need to continue putting things in place. I think just on one thing that they didn't touch on, which I might just add, because most of the other colleagues in other provinces normally touch on, is also the working hours whilst you work from home. How then do you establish? Do you still work 8 to 4, 8 to 5? Do you find yourself having meetings until late? How do you manage time? And how do you then have breaks? Because you do need that. That's just my 1 cent of contribution there. But then with that said, let's look forward to group 3, save the best for last, they always say. No pressure. Organizational resilience. Let's welcome them, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let's say the last one, I'm at one, and then when the last person speaks, you don't have to speak much because everyone is already said. So I must just touch and go. We were dealing with the organizational resilience. The question was, what should be done differently going forward? We said the policies to review, develop the current policies that we have. All of us, as not just as South Africans, as a world, nobody interested that they will be covered. And we found ourselves in a situation where we are not sure how to deal with the current situation that we have. Starting from procurement, starting from labor, you see that there's lots of PPE scandals because policies were not in place. So we said that the current policies that we have, we must develop, review them, so that in future, we are not saying we have it something else in future, so that we are on our feet, we are able to navigate our way around whatever situations that we can come across. But that first one, if there's any questions, my team is there. They will answer any questions that is related to that. Number 2, we said, what are the implications on the labor relation and HR? We say we must re-engineer the business process. How do we function currently as a public service? And also now that comes to say, for the work that we do, are we able to do work only in offices, or are we able also to do wherever we are able to say, if my manager wants or my senior person wants work, am I able to give them those processes to work? Our business process should be clear and understandable. Colleagues, I'm still here. Because now we said, how are we going to retain the skills? Earlier in the morning, I was speaking about the mentoring and coaching. You must do the mentoring and coaching, redeployment, job rotation, retraining. Those are the things that we should also concentrate on when is also condition of employment. Because everything changes when the policy changes. I'm used to work from 7:30 to 4:30 or 7 to 4. Me as an official, how do I feel about it? Because now my condition of employment changes totally. Where do I fit in as a public servant? Am I very much home? Is it that I'm no longer working? Currently now we have a problem of load shedding. Do we stop working when there is load shedding? Or what are we going to do? Colleagues, that is our presentation. Any other thing, my team is available. If you need any clarity moving forward, my team is available. As I've said, thank you.
Thank you, Group 3, short and sweet. I guess I've been warned not to say much. But just to touch on what they've indicated, they mentioned re-engineering business processes, which I think it's very important that business processes are clear and understandable. And in terms of retaining the skills, it's very important to have the job rotation and condition of employment being cleared. And I also like the point where he indicated, I think it also touches on ethics when he says, when you're working from home, then because there's no one who's monitoring you physically at home. Are you ethical? Do you wake up at 10? Do you even switch on your laptop, or you only switch it on once you get a call from the office? You know, things like that. Hence, I'm saying it also touches on your ethical behavior. These are things that we need to consider as we move forward. So colleagues, thank you so much. To Group 3, let's give them another round of applause. And now I just need to mention that I was very encouraged as I was walking around and seeing the participation of all the groups. The enthusiasm rather of each individual who participated in the groups. The points that came out, I think you would all say, or you would all agree that we all have learned something, or we've all have shared our experiences currently, and also getting to hear what other departments have done, or how, as you as the province, can move forward. So it was very encouraging to see that. We would not have done justice if we came and just delivered presentations and didn't listen to you as a province. So you've done very well. Please give yourself a round of applause. That's it. I'm handing over back to you, Program Director. Thank you.
Right, thank you so very, very much. Let us give our two facilitators who assisted us with moving during the preparations. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that you were able to do some work. And as we said, that was one of the most important parts of this peer learning exchange. We're now going to go for lunch. The time is now 10 past 1. Please, if possible, let's be back here by 1:45. Let's try to be here by 1:45 so that we can come and finalize the last lap of the peer learning exchange. Please enjoy your lunch. Let's be back by 1:45.
Last session, the last day. That's serious grave.
How do you do it? Don't look for me. Don't look for me. I'll look for you.
Yeah. What do you do? So are you tired? I wanted to ask, can't you give me the photos that you guys took today?
Oh, with that camera. It's not
Huh?
it's not my camera.
Were you also taking photos? But there's only one
the-
camera.
Yeah, this guy, I think he Zelo or something. On meeting.
The one I put in black and white. But then should I ask the lady who was taking photos?
Yeah. So Ontem agora a senhora nos temos uma BT, mas como se tem quando eu canto em boa forma canal, organização é fácil. As preparadas porque a música que eu estão fazendo é o programa. É o estudo que é por os microfones, o que eu like de canal. Se for a coisa que sempre passa do começo até ao final o que eu não quero história. Hetzelfde met mijn vriend. Dat was nog eens kijken wat als we elkaar kunnen.
Something else.
Oh my boy. I'm Coca-Cola, the best dad ever. Put some after me, well, I can live through in my pocket.
Yeah.
Cuman kita nih, hari ini nih kali. Cuman kita. Oh, gak udah ini. Oh, bukan.
Suddenly, when I just caught the class, you don't know that. That's why sometimes I get so. Yeah. I'm going to say no more than I was. I thought the way they want to switch it down. When I started to say that everybody something without this patient and what is but remember school is rolled up there. And if they might always go there when I just their foundation is good. It's a foundation of a my home. Oh, yeah. At least if there's no one, I'm sure there's a better way. No, she took one yesterday from the city. But just no. No, I'm saying that's why. After my education, my mas Cristo vai falar que ele começa a trazer o povo agora. Olha isso, não, And you can see some good are already started cooking our work. And you can see. So how do you? Now.
In the pipeline of finalizing tomorrow we show.
You can just wait until you. How far is the process? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for coming back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to go into the last section of this seminar. Throughout all the provinces, what we want to do is to hear what the province is doing in terms of HRD issues. So we're now in the Northern Cape, not Northern Free State, Northern Cape, because I understand why I made a mistake between Northern Cape and Northern Free State. You know, we are neighbors. We are neighbors. So we be neighborly, you know, trying to be neighborly. Yeah. So thank you so very much. Shall we give a big round of applause to my colleague when she comes, Rachel, when she comes to present HRD issues in the province. Please welcome her.
Oh, yeah.
Please not write down the floor.
Thank you, 5 minutes.
Now we are for asking that to take it for 5 only. Take your time.
Zenzele, please come through to the front. Zenzele. No.
This is the
you for the opportunity today by the ESG for us as the Office of the PLE to just provide a short overview of our HRD coordination role within the province. My colleagues know I'm not really somebody for a lot of English, so I really won't be long. Similarly to the country, we are also as a province facing challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The slow economic growth experience of late does not augur well for the alleviation of the social economic challenges that is plaguing our province. And because of this, we require that government, business, labor, the PSTF institutions, which is our universities and TVET colleges, civil society, and all other role players work together in order to find a solution to these development challenges that are plaguing us. Here, I'm just showing how the Northern Cape Province, our landscape, as we call it, how we are functioned. Right on top there is our Northern Cape Human Resource Development Council, which is chaired by our premier. Then in green we have the DG, which we had yesterday. She's the chairperson of our Provincial Skills Development Forum. And then we just show there our various stakeholders and the committees which we work with within the province. As we all know, when it comes to skills development, it is really not something that you can do on your own. So we are very heavily reliant on our stakeholders to help us implement these HRD matters. Like I said, we have the Provincial Skills Development Forum, which is actually the technical arm of the Human Resource Development Council. And as a forum, we had a few accomplishments for the last cycle. The PSTF has been in existence for the past 9 years. As one of the subcommittees, we have the Provincial HRD Forum, which are most of our participants here today. So I just wanted them to see that we are also reflecting the HRD forum. In the HRD forum, what we usually do is we present on a quarterly basis the work that the HRD forum does. That work is then consolidated, which Mr. Chakal then take on a quarterly basis to the PSTF. And then the work of government is then also consolidated into the bigger HRD report on a quarterly and annual basis. In the PSTF, we do integrated planning and implementation of our programs and projects. We are also very lucky as a province where we share resources. Even our PSTF, the funding of our meetings, we share that with our CETAs and our TVET colleges, where we take turns and responsibility to host those various meetings. So it's really something that we are very proud of. As an accomplishment, also we finalized our provincial HRD strategy and its implementation plan in 2020. Another accomplishment for us is that we are also coordinating compliance by provincial government, which include the WSPs, the HRD implementation and HRD monitoring reports. Overall, we had 80 to 90% compliance by the departments. Our consolidated training, as you can see, it was not so good due to various reasons. We have heard during this the peer review over the 2 days how we are lamenting of the effects of COVID. So in the training report, we can really see that coming through very strongly. We only were able to, or the government departments could only train 2,110 beneficiaries, and from that amount, 651 was for the training of unemployed youth, and they were just showing
on those various little pie charts, how the unemployed youth have benefited from various skills programs like internships, well-integrated learning, bursaries, learnerships, as well as skills programs. On the centralized bursary solution, we had a conversation where, or we were in a group with a colleague from the Free Segment who was also part of us, and she spoke about how they are really coordinating skills development within the province, because everything is centralized within their province. So we are strongly moving towards that, and I can report that we have started now with the bursaries for the unemployed youth, and that decision was taken because bursaries were awarded by the departments in a uncoordinated and a non-integrated approach. Each one of us awarded bursaries as maybe we see fit. Some of it that could be awarded to look at the skills and the critical skills areas of the department, but mostly the awarding resulted in the duplication of resources, unnecessary administrative costs, and potentially awarding bursaries not needed to fill the skills gap within the province. So our Premier pronounced that the coordination and administration of bursaries for out-of-school youth be located within the office of the Premier to ensure that the provincial administration has the most cost-effective bursary solution. It is still fresh. It is still something new. We are learning as we go along, but I can say that really we are getting there. Like I said, we approved our provincial HRD strategy in August 2020, which is aligned to the NDP, the HRD strategy of the national skills plan, and our provincial skill growth and development plan, amongst other policies. For us, this is a very important strategy, as it shows us also the priority that must be given to strengthening the capacity of our people as a fundamental building block for the development of the province as a whole. The strategy has clear indicators that sectors has to report on, and the role of government is clearly articulated, and it's one of the key role players for skills development. As I said, on a quarterly basis, we have a template where our departments report on. Like all the others, we also have our own challenges. The high and rising unemployment, especially amongst our youth. We have a lack of commitment from host employers to host the unemployed learners for work integrated learning. Not just that, but also for our internships. Our province is very big, but it's just land. There's not a lot of industries here, not a lot of factories. So with the little that we are even struggling with them to really take our hands in housing these employers. The problem is sometimes not only just with the employers, but also with the attitude of our learners. So that is something that the business sector has also mentioned to us, that is also a problem. We have also went further to inform the TVET colleges that is one of the things that business has mentioned. They're saying it's a business. It's not a playing field, and you must have a certain attitude that is also maybe where the ethics and the professionalism comes in. So it's something for all of us to see how we strengthen even that area. Delays implementing projects due to the lockdown. We had to adapt to the new way of doing work, the remote working arrangements, and the lack of tools. Like I said, it's things that we have discussed thoroughly during the 2 days. And also the fact that funding was directed to prioritize procurement of COVID-related goods and services for us to focus on the healthcare initiatives. And that is my story. And lastly, I would really just like to thank, on behalf of our DG and the DDG for Institutional Development, I would like to thank the National School of Government, your DG, the Secretariat, the program directors, the speakers and the presenters, the European Union for enabling NSG to run this project. For the participants, they are key. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible, even to our stakeholders from the other provinces. Thank you for taking time from your schedules to be here today. And for our OTP team, Mr. Jacobs and Virginia then, for their coordination role in ensuring that we have this event. Thank you.
But we can do better than that for this. Thank you so very, very much. We thank you so much, ladies and Rachel, for the presentation. Wonderful things that are happening in the Northern Cape. You know, I see a lot of collaboration, you know, that you spoke about. You share resources. It's a lot of collaboration, a lot of support, you know, amongst yourselves. And you also have a strong collaboration with the TVET colleges, and I suppose also the Salt Lake University. And this definitely means that you are doing well, because collaborations are critical in the work of the public service. And we hear that you've centralized your bursaries, and they are now controlled in the observatory. And the HRD strategy, the provincial HRD strategy, has been approved in August 2020. And like all other provinces, you have your own challenges. And one of the challenges that we spoke about was the problem with host employers when you give over to them to mentor the kids or the students or the learners. So that is a very, very serious challenge which needs a lot of thinking about. So we want to thank you so very much. Now we know what's happening in the province with regard to HRD issues. Right, colleagues, yesterday we had a lot of presentations that were made. We had a lot of discussions. We went home knowing that we have gathered so much information that is very, very helpful for this peer learning exchange. Now we've come to the end of the program, and I'm now going to request humbly Dr. Pamsanda Shesi to come and close up and do the vote of thanks. Let us give Dr. Shesi a big round of applause as he comes. Perhaps you don't understand that Dr. Shesi is the president of the PSTF. So let's do better and give him a big round of applause. Are you breathing? Oh, okay.
Program Director, Professor Kaina. They say, let people lack and receive. They receive. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being good delegates. I notice the class are still here. That's very good. If by any mistake one flask jumped into your bag. But things do happen. Just jump into your bag, you see it at home, and you remember the ethics presentation, and feel free to take it to the provincial office, Right Chair's office. Just place it in the door and run. Because you can't be using that flask and you know. And kids would ask, but did they give you two? But did they give you two? I remember this time when I was younger and naughty. I brought a hotel towel, a very white one. When my young boy then asked, "How? Then you bought a white towel?" And the older sisters were there looking at me, how I respond. Because they knew. And they were looking at me. I had to respond. I called them aside. Yes, I got it. And I called these aside. Shut up. Shut up. All right. Rachel and your team, thank you very much for pulling this off. When we come to the provinces, obviously we work with colleagues like in the Premier's office. They were very excited to pull this off, and thank you very much. But more importantly, yourselves, like I said, attending, and more importantly, learning, because this is all about expanding your horizon within the HRD space. The topics we bring forward are very rich in terms of enriching your HRD life experiences. The EU for supporting us. We won't be here without the financial support, the donor support. You would have seen a lady there, she is the past master in terms of being the EU president. Then the facilitators, Dr. Kaile and Dr. Izzy, we did a sterling work, and Rebecca doubles up as well as also facilitating group discussions. Thank you very much, colleagues. The finesse, the energy that you put into the program, we're all enthused and excited about the program. That was very, very, very important. I used to have a principal, he was a rector, I was then a lecturer at the college. He liked this way. We were enthused. And when he welcomes people, he would say, so and so, and your entourage. Then, of course, I joined the public service proper. They speak of a trajectory. They would hardly finish. Listen to the senior officials when they speak, as in the growth and development trajectory. That's government speak. And the presenters did a sterling work. The technical team as well, very important. These guys, young people, are able to keep us connected, because without that connection and technical finesse, we are lost. And especially, have you ever seen a presenter who doesn't have his stuff here, and all of a sudden the computer goes blank and there's nothing to say? And believe me, in my life, I've had the privilege to write speeches for ministers as well. You can tell if the guy can't say anything, if the speech were to disappear. Few minutes before you speak, because remember, they must then improvise. and say something sensible. Because you say yes, and they look blank. It's better, of course, if they wear glasses because they can. Glasses hide a lot of things. They can literally hide your eyes if you are what you call. So thank you to the technicians. They did a good job. Lastly, I work with two ladies here, was part of the secretariat, Rebecca and Precious. They've done well. They keep this alive, and it's very important that they do that. So, who have I not thanked? If I haven't, consider yourself thanked as well from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, thank you, colleagues. Drive safely, keep safe, keep following the pharmaceutical stuff that you need to follow so that we keep safe and sound until we meet. But before I go, I have a duty here to do something. Can I ask Mr. Haile and Ms. Rachel to come up? Well, Rachel is coverage, you can't kiss. Drive safely.
Over. Yeah. Yeah.
It is done.
Yeah.
What do you think, David? It's on the board. Okay, but we're gonna have to have the people be quiet, right? Or move out or something.
Just pause your. Oh, and your mic is here. Yes.
Put on the lights. Yeah, it's been all for that the whole time.
Yeah, that's perfect. You need your mic. So, this is operating.
Are you going to use that?
Just the mic sound.
Yes, Michael.
Is that proper?
Very sensitive.
As ek naby is met verstaan is dit fyn, dis actually beter dan so as wat ja. Solank die mense net hard praat. Ja. Party mense praat met nie hard.
It's fine. We'll just talk loud enough.
Yeah, you just let them talk loud and I'll just stand close.